Hello, everybody. I am aware that the game looks a little pixelated right now, but there's a few reasons for that. And for the majority of the game, it won't, but cutscenes will look a little bit like this. The game is upscaled for all the textures and everything in the actual game itself. However, unfortunately, cutscenes are pre-rendered, so there's nothing I can do to upscale those. And I've already created a save, just right at the very start, right at the opening. Your quest has begun. Excuse me. And we've arrived at the new textures. Look at this.
Oi, Gov!
Hello, Yengus.
It's gonna get dark if we hang about here much longer. Let's head into town. There's better places than this to spend an evening.
Well, that's true. We should do so.
Shake a leg, Gov!
Let's grab some barrels, and we'll throw this one at King Trodane. Oh, no. B is open menu, I believe. Settings. Camera, left, right, inverted. Now, this is not me inverting the left and right. It's that the left and right starts inverted in this game. So if I push my stick to the left, I now look left. If I push my stick to the right, I now look right. Because how it's set up is you're moving the camera behind the character, and it was like, which direction are you moving the camera? So if I move the camera to the left, it would make it swing around to the left instead of look to the left, and I would rather it look to the left. I find that to be much easier to deal with.
I've probably said it before, but it beats me how you ended up working for an old codger like him. Not that I can talk, though, eh? Guess people say the same thing about me, working for you.
Old codger? I do hope you're not referring to me. What would you know? A lowlife like you wouldn't recognize nobility if it came up and bit you on the dilly-dallying. Where's the princess? I can't see her anywhere.
Hello there.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble, Gov.
We don't really have many abilities to speak of yet, so we're mostly just going to be doing basic attacks. As we gain abilities, the combat will become more interesting and more advanced.
Well, they certainly took us by surprise, but nothing we couldn't handle, eh?
I mean, you know, you could have said that if you helped King Trode.
Now, where's the princess? Where's my Medea? My precious one and only daughter?
She is turned into a horse. That's where she is.
Ah, there you are. Thank goodness you're safe, Medea.
Hey, hey, the horse princess is back. I say we make a move now, before it gets dark.
Yes. Yes! Here we are. If my memory serves me correctly, this is the place. This is the town where Master Rylus lives.
Hold your horses, Grandad. I thought it was Dolmagus we was after.
I am not your granddad. And of course Dulmagus is our man. He's the one who turned Medea and I into such laughing stocks. But that dastardly magician can't hide from us forever. We must track him down and lift this confounded curse. Oh, just look at my poor Medea. And we'd only just settled on her engagement to the Prince of Argonia. Oh, that despicable Dulmagus. That's why it's imperative we locate Rylus. Will you go and find him?
Yes.
That's the spirit. I knew I could rely on you. I'll be waiting here.
Alright. And now... Oops. Yeah, that's right.
You weren't thinking of going without me, I hope. I'm the best there is when it comes to looking for people. It's my feast of resistance, as they say.
Okay, here we go. Now I'm pulled up. Welcome in. Sorry, I was not looking at the stream shenanigans just at the moment. I was trying to get stuff set up and fixed. But how are you doing, Padawan? This is the second time, you know. The second time I've lost a friend in a fire. I remember it rightly, the first time it happened, I was 30. You can never be too careful with fire, you know. You never guess what? A horse-drawn wagon just passed by here and there was a monster on it. Wait a minute, you're the people who came in with it. So you're with the monster? Wah! You ran away awful fast. Where's the weapons shop? It's up that way. I don't remember if they have a spear here or not. Let's see. Not that we can buy it just yet, but we should be able to buy it soon. So if they have one, that would be nice. No spears. Unfortunate. No axes either, which is what we want for Yangus. I do already kind of have the character builds planned out for what I want to do. For 3 of the characters. We can save in the church. It's such a pity. Pity, pity, pity. Oh, sorry, listen to me. That jester who was here before kept saying that, and it's become a bit of a habit. Oh yeah, you can't beat a nice cool drink of water after a night in the town. What's that? You're looking for someone? Why don't you go to the pub then? Nothing but the barman don't know about in this place. Alright, let's jump in the well. Nice. A leather shield, puts it in the bag. B is open menu. Now, swords can be good with the hero. For the record, they can. But I find that the overall better use of the hero is to give him spears. Although both are fun builds and I've done both. The first time I played, I actually mixed swords and spears depending on the enemies I was facing. It was kind of interesting. I saw it with my own eyes. The very night before the fire it was. Rylus was arguing with that jester. He sounded mighty angry. Still up to your devious tricks, are you? He was saying. Hey, thanks for the 8 gold coins, man. I know it must be inconvenient to have to replace these jars every time a hero comes by, but we appreciate it. What would heroes like me do without poor people like you to rob blind in the middle of saving the world? I know I'm poking fun, but it's always been a kind of funny mechanic to me. Alright, we need to go in through the back of the weapon shop. I am a building over from where I thought I was. No time for a chat. I'm far too busy. If I don't get on with the cooking, dinner's going to be late. Where are you anyway? If you're looking for my husband, he's just over there. I'm nobody. Ask Odysseus, he'd know. Nobody indeed. I can't believe Calderasha. What's happened to him? He was never like this before. It's such a shame for poor Valentina. Yeah, I was a building over. Okay. The medicinal herbs are very important. They will help us out a lot. I don't remember if I need to get the skeleton key before I loot this guy. I do. I'll be back when I have a skeleton key. Just you wait. Alright. We've explored the important buildings up here to explore beforehand. Dun 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 dun. I don't remember what he actually says if you talk to him back here. Oh dear me, I'm afraid customers aren't allowed behind the bar. Would you mind going around using the main entrance? Then we can talk. Interesting. That's kind of amusing. The guy sitting at the counter there was Calderasha. Dun 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 dun. Heck, just after work, really. It's the spot. So what do you want with me then? Eh? You're looking for someone? Get out of here. Why are you boring me with that rubbish? This is a pub. You're supposed to relax. If you're too tense, have a drink or let it all out on the battlefield. At least you can put your attention to good use out there. You know, if you psych yourself up enough, your attacks and magic get more powerful. So save it for fighting, alright? Remember, increase your attention by psyching up. Decrease it by having drink. Have you heard about the fire we had in town the other day? People are saying it was arson. Oops, that's a bit of a hot topic. We'd better not talk about it anymore. Ooh, I love seeing new faces. You're not from around here, are you? Is that a little creature in your pocket a pet of yours? That's so adorable. What's its name? Hehehe, Munchie. A cute name for a cute little fellow. Well, Munchie, enjoy your stay. He's a miserable excuse for a fortune teller, that Calderasha. You know, he was famous once. They called him Calderasha, the Great Calderasha. But look at him now. His fortune telling's gone to pot since he started spending every day in here. The only glass he stares into these days is the one he drinks out of. No, wait a minute. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe he started drinking after his fortune telling went to the dogs. Uh-oh.
you had enough, Mr. Calderasher, sir? I'm sorry, but I've got a business to run. This haphazard fortune-telling of yours is costing me a fortune in free drinks.
What? My fortune-telling? Haphazard? Are you a complete fool? Let me tell you something, all fortune-telling is haphazard. What do you expect? Anyway, so what if I saw it? So what if I foretold the fire? If I tried to stop it, then what? It would only have led to another disaster. That's what.
I'm sorry, Mr. Calderasher, sir. I don't follow. If you're saying you knew about the fire, shouldn't you at least have warned Master Rylus?
Yes, poor Rylus. How many times I argued with the old man. I cannot believe he's gone. What? What is it?
You're drunk, that's what.
You! Come, show your face to the great Calderasha. Yes, yes.
Quick! Quick! Everyone come quick! There's a monster in town!
Hey, he's the guy who's accused us of being with a monster. Trodane's not a monster.
Ooh. Just come and see! The whole town's gone crazy!
They're not gonna let me down that way. Gotta go around, I think. Oh, I already got those barrels. There's the armorer. I forgot he was over here.
What the? This ain't good, Gov. Come on. Look lively.
He looked at me.
Oh, it's hideous.
Get out! Get out, monster! You're not welcome here!
Oh, that was right on the... Oh, ah! Well, that was a fine reception. Don't they realize who I am?
No, they don't.
Judging a book by its cover, Don't they know it's what's inside that counts?
Yeah, you can say that again.
So then, did you manage to find Master Rylus?
No.
What? He's dead?
Yes.
Well, I suppose there's no point crying over spilt milk. It's Dulmagus we're after. He's the one who cursed the princess and I, after all. He's the one who made us look so ridiculous.
True.
I had hoped Rylus might be able to help us locate him, but it seems we'll just have to track Dulmagus down by ourselves. With Rylus gone, we have nothing further to gain from staying here. Let's be on our way.
Wait! Please wait. I'm sorry to come running after you like this. It's just that I wanted to ask you a favor.
Are you not afraid of me, young lady?
I dreamt about you. I dreamt that some people came to town with a strange creature. It was sort of halfway between a human and a monster. And I dreamt that they could make wishes come true.
A strange creature?
Are you referring to me?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude.
Not to worry. I've had worse things said to me today. You know, you remind me of my Medea. You're about the same age. Anyway, you say you had a dream about me.
Most peculiar.
I'm sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Valentina, daughter of the great fortune teller Caldarasha. If you could just come to my house, I'll explain everything there. It's by the well at the far end of town. I'll be waiting for you.
What was she rabbiting on about? Come round my house, she says.
Magnificent! She wasn't afraid to look at me at all, not one bit. We must give this young girl a helping hand. Right then, my boy. Go and find the house by the well and see what it is she wants. Me? I'll wait here with the princess. We don't want to cause any more of a stir.
Alright, let's see what you got for me. Aww. I can't buy from him right now. Ah, yes, a musician. La 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 la. Let me tell you a tale. There stands a castle here about devoured by thorns and gutted out. La 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 la. And from the ruins walked away a single soul, or so they say. La 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 la. Or was it three? Well, anyway, it wasn't good. La 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 la.
You came. I'm so sorry. I must have drifted off. How rude of me. I wanted to ask you a favor about this crystal ball. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Perhaps I should start from the beginning?
Yes.
Of course. Let me explain. My father, Caldarasha, was once a really famous fortune teller. Lost treasure, missing people. There was nothing the great Caldarasha couldn't help people with. But then one day, he lost his powers. All of a sudden, nothing he foretold turned out to be true anymore. It's probably because he stopped using a real crystal ball. This
Valentina, what is going on here? How many times have I told you not to touch my crystal ball? What? Aren't you that boy from the pub? What brings you here? Ah, never mind. I do not know what my daughter has asked you, but you can forget it. I do not need your help. I am fine as I am. I am going to bed. Valentina, say your farewells and show our young visitor to the door.
I'm sorry about my father. But whatever he says, he's the one who's really suffering since he lost his powers. That's why I wanted to ask you this favor.
Of course.
Really? You will? This is exactly how it all happened in my dream. So far, everything's come true. I also dreamt that there's a crystal ball hidden deep inside the cave, under the big waterfall to the south of town. I suppose only the daughter of the great Caldarasha could know a thing like that.
I suppose only the daughter of the great Caldrasha could not foresee me looting her home. None of those books appear interesting, but this one does. It's a book called Monster Behavior. After many long years spent researching monsters, I've reached an unexpected conclusion. It appears that nocturnal monsters are far stronger and more vicious than their daytime counterparts. What an incredible discovery. And I must redouble my efforts to fathom the secrets of monster biology. Let's go confess at the church and save. During the daytime, a priest stands up here, but during the night, there's a nun. This is the priest. I expect you've heard the sad news already. Rylus passed away in the fire a few days ago. Some people say it was the work of a criminal, but I pray such terrible allegations are ill-founded. Forgive me for sounding unfriendly, but you must stop your probing into this affair and leave town, please. If you stay here, I fear even more terrible things may happen. It appears to be an old journal of some kind. The great wizard finally reached Faybury after a long, arduous journey. Welcoming such a great sage to our town is a truly unparalleled honor. Long may the sage and his descendants stay in the town of Faybury. Huzzah! This treasure chest is locked. I think that one has a mini medal in it. That's crazy. I didn't know that that was there. I know another way to learn that recipe. I had no idea that that recipe was at the top of the church. That's so cool. Hello, Wolfie. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Alright, now we can save. Confession. It's fun that you can still learn new things. I mean, yeah. I played this game for the first time when I was 9 years old. 9 years old, I believe. And I beat it. It took a long time. It took me probably almost 2 years to beat it, because I didn't have access to play it consistently. But I did beat it. It was on a PS2. And then I played it again on my phone. And I've started the game 2 or 3 times since then, but I haven't played it all the way through. I did play it all the way through on my phone when I got it in high school. On my tablet. So I guess I played it on my tablet, not on my phone. But it was the iPhone version of the game. And so there's definitely stuff that I still don't know about the game. Plenty, I'm sure. And I'm glad you're doing well, Wolfie. I really am. Sorry, I was not intending to just ignore you. And now we are heading out of town.
Magnificent! Such devotion to her father. I'm impressed. Just how a daughter should be. And if this Calderasha gets his powers back, there's nothing he can't find, am I right? Then we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If everything goes according to plan, we'll find out where that hateful Dulmagus is. The time's getting on. Medea and I will stay outside. That's the last time we set foot in a barbaric town like this. But you should spend the night at the inn and rest well, so that you're ready to take on the world tomorrow. In the morning, we leave for the Waterfall Cave.
Alright, sounds good. And off we go. BD and I will be right behind you. If you have any trouble, feel free to consult us. I'm sure there's nothing we can't solve if we put our heads together. Anyway, we go. Look at the bunny corns. I think we'll have to hit them twice in order to kill them right now. Unless we get a critical hit. Although it is possible Yengus can kill them in one hit. Even Yengus can't kill them in one hit. Okay. And they really don't like the hero. Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, no, no, no. I wanted items. Use. These rabbits are trying to be the death of us. I think they have around 15 health. I can't promise that that's the case, but it seems to be about that. And we will equip the leather hat, because it is more defensive than a bandana. I mean, who would have thought? Alright, slimes are an easy one to take out. Not worried about them. One hit each. And you see that guy right there? He will kill us if we get close to him. He is a silver monster coin level monster, which is like mid-game mini-boss level monster. He shivers in revulsion because he was licked. Ew. He also lost the tension that he had because of it, which is unfortunate. Because it ruins what my plan was. It didn't quite ruin it because they had less health than I thought. They had less health than Bunnycorns did. Alright, we are going to grab this. No! No, no, no. I was not ready for him to just be there behind me. Yeah, if we get into a fight with him, we will lose. We will instantly die and be sent back to town and lose stuff. And that's not a question. That is just a statement of fact. There's nothing we can do to fight him at our current level. I mean, there is a way to fight him fairly early, but even that is sketchy at best. Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Alright, looks like he stopped. Oh. Anyway, yeah. He is literally a mid-level boss enemy. We will be attacking him later because he's going to join our monster fighting team as like the ace of our early monster fighting team. And if I were to go up Swords path, I know a way to fight him at an early level before we leave this area. But because I'm going with the Spears path instead, I won't get access to Dragon Slash, and doing the Psych Up healing combination is not going to work out for us. Alright, Yangus, welcome to level 3. The reason we're going back is we're gonna rest. We don't have enough medicinal herbs to stay out there, and we haven't hit a level yet where we can just... I'm trying to think of words. We haven't hit a level where we can just willy-nilly use all our items. I don't mind going in the front door. We'll stay overnight, because the nighttime monsters are stronger. And there is King Trode working on our alchemy pot. No interesting books. Hey, can I have that shield? It would be really useful to me. Now that'll be useful. Up until we get Zoom. Who left them there? Who cares? It's finders keepers in the wild world of adventuring. Think of them as divine gifts from the great goddess, placed there just for you. Map. I didn't remember how to do that. I'd have figured it out, but I don't remember off the top of my head, so that's useful. Alright, candy cats. Learning the spell Heal is going to be very useful. So yeah, Dragon Quest VIII did have a random battle system, which is both to its detriment and to its benefit. The random battles occurred too often in my opinion. But the progression is balanced around those random battles, so are the dungeons, so is everything else. So in the 3DS version, where they weren't random battles and you could walk up to them or avoid them and that type of thing, it made it a different experience. But I think the most important part about that experience that it changed and made different, in my case made worse, was when you saw a monster wandering in the original on the PS2, you knew that monster was special. Like we just saw that one. And you know that he's special because he's out wandering like that. Alright, I need to really heal, so... Ooh, I have no MP. Fight, psych up, Genghis, attack. Fight, psych up, Genghis, attack. Fight, psych up, Genghis, attack. So there's a reason I'm doing this. 50 is now a state of high tension. However, in a boss fight, you can go from 50 to 100. But in a regular fight, you can't. But in order to make the first activation of 100% success, you have to have tried psyching up past 50 outside of combat. It's a weird mechanic they have set up. So now I'm just gonna attack this guy and just kill him. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But it now has unlocked the ability that when we get into our first boss fight, we can enter a state of truly high tension. And basically go Super Saiyan. I know that sounds like a joke. That's not a joke. I'm not going to be messing with the psych-up system more right now because now we've finished what we need to do. And really, psych-up is more of a resource conservation thing than it is a true damage increase. Well, below 100. And there's some other mechanics that it interferes and involves, but overall, it's not that important. Now, while we're just doing this battling back and forth, I'm going to hit the speed up button. And yeah, it does speed up the music too. which is unfortunate. I will start with activating his humanity. We will use another herb on Yangus. But basically what this is going to allow us to do is fight our way through faster and not have to worry about the animations and everything else. There's a patch to make it smoother doing this and not speed up the music. But at the moment, this is fine. And I will unspeed it up when we're done with this. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and use... Oh. One on him. That's a big fight. I'm glad I healed. Alright, for Yangus, we need to put 16 points into humanity before we start doing axes. Okay. Unless we can get an early axe, which I don't know if we can. We might be able to, and I just don't remember where. So it's possible. But I wanted to see how many points you needed. We need 8 for the hero, 16 for Yangus. And to their unique stat, that's not a weapon stat. And after we have that set up, as you can see, that is a strong enemy. You notice they're out wandering on their own. Wonderful. Aw, the cute little rabbit wanted to die. Look, pretty kitty cat. It doesn't let you pet it. Old games, man. I should be able to pet the kitty cat. Then again, most of these monsters shouldn't drop gold, so... Well, that's annoying. Sleep is not the worst of the effects, because taking damage usually wakes you up, and there's other ways to wake up your character too. But any status effect is annoying, to be honest. Alright. So now... we can go. We're gonna go rest again. And him working the alchemy pot again. Now at least have enough mana to cast heal a couple times, so we can stay out a little bit longer. And not worry about running out of medicinal herbs. India TTV, what's up, man? How's the DQ8 so far? I'm having a great time. How are you doing? I love this game. I've played this game before, and I'm currently doing a replay of it with the increased textures. It's upscaled to 1080p per stream, but it can upscale up to 4K and look really, really nice. This is also my favorite Dragon Quest game. 11 is the second best, but 8 is definitely the best. And there's 4 main reasons that I think go into that. The first and the biggest reason is that the companions in 8 are just better than any other Dragon Quest companions. They're iconic, they're really interesting, they're super well voice acted too, and just overall wonderful experiences to play around with them. I think 11 not having a monster arena is one of the biggest missed opportunities ever, because what do you mean you don't have a monster arena in a Dragon Quest game? Like, Dragon Quest Monsters is a whole franchise, which is basically all about monster arenas. And they didn't put an arena in 11? Come on now. You gotta put an arena in. And aside from that, the other 2 reasons that I think made Dragon Quest VIII as good as it was the soundtrack. The orchestral soundtrack is just beautiful, and I enjoy every bit of it. And the actual weapon system itself, and the weapons each character could use. For instance, the spears for the hero is a lot of fun. The swords are arguably better, because you could just reach a higher damage threshold for swords with the hero, and, you know, Giga Slash is Giga Slash. But the spears have more diversely usable abilities, which in my opinion makes them better. Alright. We're gonna put points into humanities. Angus has become soft-hearted. So yeah, that's kind of where I lie on, like, which ones are better and why. 11 is a great game. It's the second best Dragon Quest game. 9 is pretty good. 7 is not bad. I have some personal issues with how 7 was originally, but the remake looks a lot better, so I will hold out real judgment on 7. They just had some really bad setups for the start of 7 when I first tried to play it a long time ago, so yeah. Do you think SE they remastered DQ? I think that they will remaster Dragon Quest VIII after 7. I think they know it's the more popular game, and I don't see any reason they wouldn't remaster it next. And I think it's the right move to do it. 7 is a very decent game, but the remaster is going to take a while because of how big it is. And 8 is definitely the better game, and I think deserves the remaster more. But I think that 8 got pushed back instead of 7 because of the DS version of 8. So, stuff goes into making these decisions, but I see no chance that 8 doesn't get remastered at some point, probably some point soon. It might be after 12 has come out, though. I'm kind of a toss-up between, is 12 going to come out first, or is 8 going to get remastered first? And I would like to say thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild Adventurer. And I hope that you enjoy it, Renazia TTV. Alright, sorry, I had to go and check who had done it. I don't have 2 monitors right now set up. My setup's a little bit strange at the moment. But I do appreciate you stopping by. Oh yeah, I forgot Dragon 12 Calls exist. Yeah, I'm worried about 12. 2 of the original creators for Dragon Quest who have worked on all the games up to this point passed away in production, and I'm worried about what that's going to do to the franchise. Yeah, I mean, that's as far as it goes. I'm worried what it'll do to the franchise. Toriyama and his art and his creatures really are a big defining feature of what makes this game, this franchise. And a lot of them, though they seem like Pokemon and other things now, are really original for when they came out, and they influenced the whole genre of JRPGs. So, I'm not going to say that it's not going to be a good game, because they did get to work on it for a good amount of time before they passed away, but them passing away mid-production is very worrying to me for how this game may turn out. Currently, I'm just farming before I go and do the waterfall boss and do that exploration. I want to at least get Zoom first. And I think Nose for Treasure would be nice to head towards next. Because I don't remember there being an axe available before that fight. If there was, I would go for putting points in axes instead. For Yankees. I know there's no spear available until the port. And we aren't putting any points in swords anyway, or boomerangs. We are going to be putting all those points in spears and humanities. Even though it'll make the hero weaker than he should be for a while. The thing with spears is, you can put points into swords after, but if you put points into swords first, you're never going to be able to put points into spears, because you're never going to be able to farm metals as well. Spears are the best for farming metals. Of course, that's assuming you're willing to farm in the first place. Because it's not that Flame Slash isn't a good ability, it's an incredible ability for early game. But in this game, Flame Slash is only a 30% damage increase over your base attack. And because of how the damage conversion for it works, it's often, even still, not much better. Oh, sorry, I had those redeems turned back down. I need to turn them back up. So I had those turned up really, really loud for when I was doing a Getting Over It subathon. And so when I turn them back down, I don't think I turned them up high enough. I'll have to readjust those in just a minute. Yeah, I don't even know how loud it came across on stream. But that's because I have the volume pretty high for this game. I should turn it down. I just don't want to turn down the music, really. As you can see, another special monster over there. Miscellaneous, settings, sound. Alright, we're going to do, let me check how the volume's for that. Let's turn down my voice a little bit with that. Okay. That should be fine. And then I'll turn back up the sound alerts just a little bit. Okay. That should come across better now. I don't know if we can beat the Slime Knight yet. I mean, he's not tough, but he's not weak either. Any of those special monsters are pretty tough at our current level. We will enter the waterfall to grab the copper sword now. Yeah, we're not going to go find the crystal ball just yet. We're going to rest at least one more time first. I'm not quite strong enough. And this will demonstrate that I'm not quite strong enough, actually. These guys hurt. Oh, we missed. Never mind. Goodbye, mole. Alright, let us sit up again. Excuse me. And now I have a map of Waterfall Cave. What are you doing over here, buddy? He wanted to try exploring, but he's gotten himself lost so close to the entrance. And my character didn't tell him how to get out. Alright, Chimera Wing will help us get home. We still don't have zoom unlocked, so that is useful. And like I said, we are not going to finish the waterfall cave this trip. We will be back. If I could only remember all the alchemy recipes. I have two that are percolating in my head that I'm trying to remember in order to make better spears early. Of course, we still have to get the first spear, and there's no way to do that until Port K. So it is of the utmost importance to at least get to the port. Which is technically the third city. I do want to kill the mecha first because, yeah. The Drakis aren't very scary at this level. Later on, Drakis can be kind of scary, and the Drakis outside are a little scary. But the ones in this cave have a bit of a problem. They can't actually cast the spells that they would want to cast. Okay, now I've explored both sides fully. We can go a level deeper. I just can't remember if there was any chests or anything down that hallway. Sorry. Dead. He's psyching himself up, beware. Alright. This is not a hard one to deal with. Like I said, I kind of just want to get to learning Zoom before we do the big fight. Nice. Points going to humanity. He's kind-hearted and now knows the spell heal. Let's go. Them both knowing heal is huge. Ow. That's okay, that's like the weakest thing that thing could have done. So I'm not too worried about it. Nice critical hit. Nice. I still am one level away from Zoom, I believe. Yep. Next level I get Zoom. Evac is good to get though. Once I get the copper sword, I'll evac. Now, I don't know if you can unlock the maximum Psycha in a mini-boss battle like this one. But also, I think we can just talk this guy out of the way. He might not be the one. There is one of those hammer guys that is a mini-boss that's a lot of fun. I don't remember if it is actually him or if that's something else. But that slime up there is a liar. I remember that much. Ah, come on. You leave Yangus alone. Uh-oh. Yangus! So this slime, we talked to him. Slurp, guess what? This passage is a dead end. Do you believe me? No. Why not? That's so mean. Now I feel blue. You don't? Then there's no point in me telling you anything. Have a nice adventure. Bye-bye. And... Oh, that's right. I need to use the antidote. Alright. This is why we don't believe the slime. Now we get a better sword. Now he can't equip it, but he can. That's a much better weapon. Which means that slime is a liar. Don't worry, we're about to evac out of here, so this doesn't really matter. But you notice now the hero does more damage than Yangus, so it is a pretty big difference. The role of main damage dealer has been swapped just by the addition of a new weapon. Wow, you got the treasure? Was it any good? I've been wondering what was inside that chest for ages. Alright, now we're gonna evac. And we're gonna leave the cave. And I would ordinarily zoom back to town, but we don't have zoom yet. Next level. Next level. Now, if we already had the alchemy bench, we could do some cool stuff. There's a lot of stuff you can make in the alchemy bench. Da-na-na. Dun 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 dun. I don't remember what these two places offer that's different. Let's check. Alright, Yangus, you gotta go back doing the main damage dealer. Excuse me. So yeah, Yangus is now going back to being our main damage dealer. We've upgraded his weapon. And now we just need to rest. After this, we are almost strong enough to go take on the boss of the Waterfall Cave, I believe. So we're gonna head that way and just try to level up on our way. See what we can do. Alright. King Trode working on the alchemy pot. I am excited to get started with alchemy. Alchemy is a fun crafting system in this game. Although it can be agony when you have to craft something that takes multiple steps and you're waiting for each step to complete as you want to go on to the next one and on to the next one, on to the next one. It's fun, but it can be a little frustrating at times. I enjoy it though. Alright, now we're heading towards the Waterfall Cave. I've basically doubled the damage that they deal since the start of the game, so we are a good bit stronger. Heck, we could kill Bunny in one hit with Yangus now. We do need to keep an eye out for chests, because there is at least one more chest in this area somewhere that I've missed. Because I know that I'm missing an item. Okay. We can use this as a test for whether or not we can beat the boss. So I'm going to show y'all. I showed y'all the guy with the axe, the dragon dinosaur thing with the axe. He's too tough for us. Not even a question. We're not even going to try. This guy, however... we might be able to do something about. Ow. Alright, short shooter. Fight. So we're gonna psych up one more time. Yangus is gonna cast heal. Yep, I expected him to go first, which is why I had Yangus cast heal this turn instead of waiting until next turn. Alright, we have reached a state of high tension. And this is what I don't remember. If this counts as a fight where I am able to reach 100 or not. So we're gonna try it. Because your first one has to be in a boss fight. Nothing happens. Okay. And these little mini-boss fights, I don't remember if they count or not. Now give me a copper monster coin. But obviously they don't count, or I would have gotten it there, so. Okay. That being the case, we're not going back that way. So, that is the castle from the beginning of the game. Oh, up on the hill. You have dark clouds hovering over it, and the vines. So that's the one from the intro. And this was the direction we came to get to the city in the first place. But I was kind of just looking for a fight, so... I knew the archer was there. There's one more, the Slime Knight. We could also probably take on at our level. But we definitely still, even now, with how much stronger we are, couldn't even touch the hairs on that dragon. And he's only a silver monster coin monster. And there's the chest. I told you I was missing one. Boxer shorts. Oh no, I do want to equip it now. Oops. That's why I never bought the Wayfarer's clothes for Yangus, is because I knew the boxer shorts were available somewhere out in this field. See, I told you to kill a buddy in one hit. Which is good. That's very useful to us. Alright. Now, he's not going to do it every time, because it's a range of damage, and 15 is currently at the high end of his range. But the fact that he can do it is awesome. Ah, got 14 that time. Oh, I thought he was actually casting it again, but I didn't think he had enough mana, so that was interesting. Alright. Also, welcome in all the new people who have joined over the last little bit. How's everybody doing? Are any of you fans of this game who have played it before, or are you just discovering this game and looking at it now? Because I always like talking to people who enjoy this game, because I'm a huge fan of it, and it's just nice to talk to people who also appreciate it. Let me move my mouse off the screen. I didn't realize my mouse was showing up on stream right now. I usually have it set not to for games like this when I'm doing an emulator. Ooh, nice. We can sell those or use them for alchemy. I don't remember what plain clothes are used for an alchemy, though. Wait, isn't this the other town? No! Oh, I know where this is. Okay, this is the starting zone. There's a town that has an entrance like that. I didn't realize you could go back here. I won't lie to you. I don't think I've ever walked back into the starting zone. Huh. Guess you learned something new. Alright, we are on our way to Waterfall Cave. I do want to get Zoom first and rest one time, so that I have like full mana before I head over there. But we don't necessarily have to have that happen. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Nice. I mean, it was a slime, so you don't really need a critical hit, but it's still always nice to get a critical hit. Alright, we'll have Kaelin attack him and Yangus attack the bunny. Another critical. Those are happening an awful lot lately. Alright. We'll finish him off and have Yangus attack the next one. And the last pepper. Alright, we are not yet at 16 humanity, so we're still going to put them in humanity. At 16, we're going to start putting them in axes. Hello, sheep. And we're going to attack these two little lips. The lip slugs are dead. Alright. Time to make our way through this cave. The moles are very mischievous. Hero is not quite high enough in damage yet for this. And we could have put his level up points into swords, and he would be. We'd actually be much stronger if we were putting points into swords and hammers right now. Alright. But that gives us what we need for that, and then we're going to start putting into spears. Zoom! Zoom is arguably the most important spell in this game. I swear, just having access to it is the best. Zoom and evac, very important. That's okay, once we get into the big boss fight, I'll be able to show you the Super Saiyan hero. Oh, the Draki dodged. Alright, let's just finish him off this round. Come on, guys, you got this. Oh, it dodged again. Apparently we don't have... the other one fled. Okay. Bye. Good riddance. Dun 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 dun. The devil isn't wearing Parada, it's dancing. Get out of here. Alright, no more dancing devils. Some of these enemies in this game are just mildly disturbing. Dancing devils aren't high up on the list, but they are a little bit. The frogs are pretty high up on the list. You should see those frogs. I will get to show y'all those soon. And oh my goodness, those are disturbed. Alright, goodbye, Bubble Slime. Bubble Slimes are okay. They're not really great in the monster arena, though. Like I said, 11 not having a monster arena was the biggest miss. If it had a monster arena and slightly better companions instead of only one good companion, the sisters just weren't interesting. And in the same vein as the sisters weren't really interesting, Jade wasn't that interesting. And the other companions are alright. But they're just okay. Versus the companions in Dragon Quest VIII, incredible. That in a monster arena, and I think 11 would have had a really good shot at being the best. But it sits in second place. And second place is not a bad place to be among games like Dragon Quest, where there are many, many good ones. In fact, I would only say there's 2 Dragon Quest games that I wasn't a fan of, the franchise. And I don't necessarily like strongly dislike them, although I do dislike one of them. Not necessarily strongly dislike them, but it's one of them is a matter of principle for me. Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince, mechanically the best Dragon Quest Monsters game ever made. Incredible. The level design, the way they did it, I loved it. It was great. It was a lot of fun. It had a massive problem. And that problem was that the story takes a 180-degree shift halfway through with no warning and no build-up. And I already knew that the main character was who the main character was because he's a character from another game, the Dragon Quest series. So you know this character. But taking that sudden 180-degree shift made me so mad. Because it didn't build up a reason for the shift to happen. And storytelling is very important to a Dragon Quest game, in my opinion. Personal opinion, but that's how I feel. And I do consider Dragon Quest Monsters to be Dragon Quest games. Some people wouldn't, but they take place in the same world, and they are still RPGs, just like Dragon Quest is. You're just fighting with monsters instead of companions, and I find them to be very fun. Probably Pokemon's biggest real competition besides Power World, right? They do need to make a new one that doesn't have the story problems of the Dark Prince, and I'd be very happy. Alright. Now we must retrieve the crystal ball from the merman in the waterfall. Of course we're going to reach out and take it. Although it's possibly not the greatest idea.
Oh, how long has she been? How many people have gone and come? 10 long years and more. I've waited 10 years, I tell you. All the time hoping for the left one. I mean, the right one to come. But enough with the introductions. Now, for the truement of Moose. Does this Bristol call, crystal ball belong to you?
No, I meant to say no.
At last, now I'll teach you a moron. Oh, I mean a lesson you won't forget.
I was retrieving it for the owner. I didn't mean to say it's mine. Geyser, the boss, draws near. Fight. Psych up. Attack. Fight. Psych up. Attack. Yeah, that hurts. Genghis, heal the hero. Fight. Psych up. Spells, heal, hero. Alright. Now, hopefully, we can reach 100, because this is a boss fight. And once you do it, you can do it forever in any fight. It's just got like a 1 in 3 chance of failing once you've done it the first time. Now, come on, I know that this is a fight that I can do this in. Didn't work again. Ow. Psych up. And items. Medicinal herb, use on yourself, Yangus. Didn't work again. Am I misremembering a piece of how to do the final psych up? Did I forget something? Nope, didn't work again. The weapons didn't disappear. Come on. Oh yeah, we need to heal him. Psych up. Items. Use. Come on. I want to see the hero go Super Saiyan. I promise I'm not crazy and that there is a 100. I might have to give up on it this battle, though. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh! We're in trouble. The timing of the curse was unfortunate for us. Yeah, we're gonna lose.
Nice knowing ya.
Yeah. The party is wiped out. It's my fault for keep trying to do the psych up instead of trying to just win. But I swear that you can do it in that fight. I'm pretty sure it's like the first fight you should be able to do it in. And I don't know why I couldn't. Should have been able to hit 100. Let's see. Dragon Quest 8. Psych up 100. How do I reach 100 tension? Yes, then. Fast Forge. You keep reaching 50 tension until message is in a state of high tension is no longer appears. Psyching up once more. Interesting. So you need to do is you need to keep reaching 50 tension until the message a state of high tension no longer appears. So I haven't done it enough. That's basically what it's saying. Interesting. I'll have to work that out in the fight, I guess. Okay, but we can do that. Not an issue. Sorry for leaving chat and going to look that up. I apologize. But I'm back, and we will go back and do what we were doing. I didn't realize that you couldn't do it until that happened. We do need more antidotes, though. Oh, I need to talk to the other one. This is who I need to talk to. Alright. Let's go to Yangus. And we will we'll transfer that to the bag. Transfer that to the bag. Transfer. Okay. Now. We're gonna leave town. And head this way to the waterfall. Alright, these guys are one shot and they're gone. All of them, just one hit. Let's go. Andale, andale, hurry up. Alright. And yeah, it is my fault. I just didn't realize that you had to wait until a state of high tension no longer appears. I didn't know that. I knew there was a weird trick to it, I just couldn't remember that that was it. But we should reach it this boss fight. And so y'all will get to see the hero go Super Saiyan. Goodbye, candy cats. And I am specifically doing it with the hero on purpose, even though it would be better to do it with Yangus, for two reasons. The first reason, the primary reason, is that I would just want to show off the Super Saiyan hero look in the updated textures and graphics, because it's kind of cool. And the other reason is because it's fun. You know, the hero being the one to go Super Saiyan, that's just fun. To me, at least. It's fun. Alright, so take two, but we actually fight it how we're supposed to fight it this time and not mess it up because we're trying to do something that's not going to work. Either way, I'm just going to try to beat it this time. And if I get the other, it's a coincidence more than anything else. Although I do hope I get it. If I have to wait for another boss battle to get it set up, that'll be unfortunate. There's some really cool stuff you can do when you're in a state of 100 tension, especially if you're doing spears. Mercurial Thrust comes to mind. And it is kind of funny that one of the best spear abilities is actually one of the first ones you unlock. It is just a super, super solid ability. Alright, goodbye, Fire Spirit. That's gonna hurt. Ow. Oh, dang, the Fire Spirit survived both of us. Okay. That one died. Boom. And now Yangus gets to go. Nice. Yeah, I think the psych system, the psych up intention system, is a really good gimmick. A lot of the Dragon Quest games have just one major combat gimmick. 11's was okay, but it was too random. Having the outcome of a boss fight decided on kind of basically random chance. Not a fan. Alright, we should get one, maybe two more battles on the way to the boss. That's gonna hurt. Yeah. Alright. Good job. One more for the road. And yeah, I expect to hit one encounter on the way to that crystal ball. But I don't really expect to hit two. It's possible, theoretically, though. Alright, there we go. As long as they only attack Yangus, it's okay. Dang it. I don't like when they spread the damage. Yes, we will reach out and take the ball. Back again for more of the same, are you? You must be a punishment for glutton. As you wish. You'll defeat me as many times as I like. I mean, I'll defeat you. Alright. Fight. Psych up. Attack. Alright, that's fine. He's immune from the mist. Fight. Psych up. Attack. Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna use heal on him. Psych up. Spells, heal. Heal. And this is why we already had heal set up. Let's go. $63. Wow. That's actually a really nice damage number. Okay. Psych up. Psych up. Spells, heal. We'll heal Kaelin first. Oh, we should have healed Yangus first. It was a misprediction on my part. Psych up. Yangus. Items, medicinal herb, use on yourself. Oh, don't skip Yangus's turn. Good. Alright, tension increased to 50. Fight, attack, attack. Alright, Yangus is gonna heal himself and Kaelin's gonna psych up. Nice. Yup. Wait. Psych up. Items. Medicinal herb. Use. Fight. Psych up. Items. Medicinal herb. Use. Attack. Dang. Guy's just defeated. I was not able to reach 100. Alright. We're first going to go to 16 in humanity. And 3 in axes. Oh, the pain!
The pain, the pain. Oh, my old wound. Ever since I got this, I've not been right quite. And it's all because of you. What? You don't know what I'm talking about? Then you're not the true owner of this crystal ball. No! The same. So strong. Strong enough to withstand my fearsome might. You are no tortune fella. Wait, could you see, the waterfall rears many humors, you know. I hear that a castle
Yep.
called Trodain has been cursed.
It has.
That it was overrun by thorns. And that only one person inside survived. He set off on a journey, leading a horse and cart with a lone driver. As I thought, that was you! I don't know what you want with this crystal ball, but it's yours now. I accept the hands. Or is it defeat?
It is defeat, not the hands.
One last thing. Should you meet the true owner of this crystal ball, tell him this from me. Don't throw things in the forewater! So, where they fell, oh, the pain.
He's never been quite right since that happened to him. Let's see that. And now we can zoom back to Faybury. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The Great Caldarasha!
I knew you would return before long. And it seems you have done as well. You see, even with a glass ball, the great Caldarasha's eyes see further than you realize. But you are meddling in matters that do not concern you, and you are wasting your time. You can bring back my crystal ball as many times as you like. I will just throw it away again. What? Don't throw things in the waterfall. It might open up an old wound. What on earth are you talking about? Enough. Listen to me. No one knows why I threw away. Even Valentina has no idea. I'm not about to confide in a stranger. Give it to me! This time I will smash it into a million...
Stop! Please stop, Father. I know where you threw away your crystal ball.
You know? So you know about your real parents?
Yes. And I don't blame you for their death.
Why not? How can you not blame me, Valentina? How can you not hate me?
Because you were just fortune telling. Just doing what you do best. I was too young to remember, but you were once a truly great fortune teller, weren't you, Father? No one knew where my parents had fled to, but to you, it was as clear as day.
Ah. Back then, there was nothing I could not see. The great Caldarasha was known all over the world. I was walking on air. Fortune-telling was my life. It was my soul. I thought only of myself, be they good or bad. I cared not who asked me to use my crystal ball. I lived for the vision.
It's all right, Father. You're a good man. You took me in and raised me, didn't you? I want to see it. I want to see the great Caldarasha in all his glory. I want to see your magnificent powers at work again, Father.
Oh, my sweet Valentina. So, you are awake at last. It is already past midday. You must have been exhausted. I must thank you and your friend. Look, I have put my crystal ball back where it belongs. Many years have passed since I gazed into the crystal like this. I have to thank you for returning it to me. What is this? Yes, I see it. There is a jester breaking through the southern checkpoint. Yes, the mists are clearing. And the same jester murdered Master Rylos. Yes, the mists are clearing. Can it be? Surely not. He has changed. But there can be no mistake. It has to be Master Rylos' former pupil, Dulmagos.
What? Gov, he said Dolmagus, right? That's our man. That's the evil magician you and the old granddad are after, innit? So where'd he go after that? What else can you deduct?
What else? Let me look deeper. Huh? What's this? Yes, no question. This is definitely my old crystal ball, but look here. It has been chipped. It must have hit something very hard to do this damage. And look, someone has scratched some letters next to the chip. What? Half-wit? Who's the half-wit? What ignorant lowlife would do this to my crystal ball?
You what? When I asked what else you could see, I didn't mean on the ball, I meant in the ball. Whatever. Oh, come on, Gov.
Alright. I will be right back. I have to use the restroom, refill my water, do that kind of thing. So we will go back to the be right back screen, and I will see you in a moment. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Let me pull up Stream Manager again. Sorry, I did have to leave. I really did need to use the restroom. Alright. So. Oh, it goes. Oh, I'm not gonna say anything? Okay. I'll tell him you said thank you. It might be in Faybury where we run into the woman who's missing her ring. But it might also be in the next town. Alright. And off we go.
So, what happened? Did you do what the young girl asked? Well? What? Domegas killed Master Rylus? The same Domegas we're looking for? That fiend killed his own teacher? And you say he headed south? Then there's no time to lose. We must go after him at once. Let's be on our way.
One and a two and a one and a two and a. Alright. The enemies are defeated. And we got 2 medicine orbs. That's good. Alright, while we're here, we're gonna fight the Night Slime. He shouldn't be too bad to defeat right now. Now his power increases by 5 whenever he wields a spear. I unfortunately don't have any group attacks yet. Boomerangs are good for early game for clearing out multiple enemies, essentially. And I could have stayed around and bought one. I could have sold the other stuff. Oh, I forgot. I got a guy to kill. Psych up. Psych up. That's fine. I expected it. Psych up. Heal. Hey, he's healing too. The one night stand is healing himself. And now he's dead. Uh-oh, that bunny coin didn't die. Nah, it did. Alright. Normally, I would say don't use all your seeds in one character. I stand by that. However, I'm going to use both of those on him right now, because attributes. His strength is 28. His with the +2 is now only 21. And his agility is not much higher than his. His resilience is also lower. His wisdom, much, much higher. Can do more magic, do things like that, that's cool. Better magic. But their difference in attack is just too much at this point in the game. And for where we're about to go and what we're about to do, I need them to be a little bit equalized. Not perfectly equal or anything like that, just a little bit more than they are now. Especially since I'll be able to use Yangus's actual weapons, and I still won't be able to use the hero's actual weapons for a while. The hero's just going to feel very weak here for a while. Alright, I need to climb up to the top. There's just a couple more things I have to do before we leave here. This is one of them. We are going to fight some nighttime monsters, though, which is fun. I actually enjoy fighting the nighttime monsters and getting the different variety. If it's your first time playing this Master P, it is not my first time playing this masterpiece. This is my favorite Dragon Quest game. I've only beaten it twice, though, and I've never done a full thing. I love this game, though, and I love talking about it with people who also love this game. We just did the whole waterfall scene, got all that done. Tree with red leaves. Yep. Mm-hmm. And we're gonna go get your tool bag. Don't worry about it. And then we'll get cheese. Like I said, there's just a few things that we have to do before we leave this area. This is one of them. And then after we've done them, we're gonna go across the way and finish up. I'm right now doing a run which you only damage with fist skills, no magic even. It's a challenge. Actually, I don't find that to be as much of a challenge as you might think, because fists are really good in this game, surprisingly. Yangus is the best with them, but if you use your seed allocation properly, everyone can be really good with fists, and the skill Thin Air is incredible. Thin Air has to be one of the top 5 skills in the game. It will be tough at some parts, though, and I salute you for doing it. It is not going to be easy. But I think your hardest part will be when you're in the between stage. Between getting... The early stage isn't going to be all that easy. I will admit, the early is going to be a bit hard. But between Thin Air and getting to your higher level damage for your fists, you're going to run into a slug where you're not going to be able to do anything to get a lot of experience, like metal slimes. You're not going to be able to do any of the really boosted abilities, and it's just going to take some more time than it normally would. But your boss fights, you'll be pretty strong for your boss fights, and your ability to clear out regular mobs with Thin Air is going to be insane. Like, you're just going to run around spamming Thin Air, and that's going to be how you play the game. But yeah, fists are very fun. Currently, I'm doing a spear, axe, sword, staff playthrough, I think. Just a classic combination. If the hero goes sword, Angelo goes bow. If the hero goes spear, Angelo goes sword. Someone's got to have a sword. There's too many good swords in this game. And while I think Angelo's bows are just kind of insane. Alright, pain in the neck. I forgot how strong pain in the neck was. We're gonna psych up. We're gonna use a medicinal herb. Yep, that's fine. You never upgrade Fist for the evasion boost in the post-game. Never really used Fist skills. Then this will be an interesting experience for you. Like I said, rely on Thin Air. Just trust me on that. If you don't listen to anything else that I said, just use Thin Air. It'll be great for you. Dragon Dance Ninja Maximum. I'm not sure exactly what to call you. However, I do appreciate the follow a lot, actually. Thank you for following. Dragon Dance Ninja Maximum. I was just trying to think of what I should call you. Yangus, we are going to Medicinal Herb again on him. Dragoon, it's fine. Oh, is it It is Dragoon. I see. Alright. He defied my expectations. Spell, heal. Yep. Gotcha. I do love how all the special monsters have like really fun names. Use. Transfer. Alright. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your Fisco run. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yangus will probably be your strongest character if you're doing that, by the way. So, pay attention to making sure Yangus is able to survive. I assume you're still getting, like, the healing skills and stuff like that, and are going to use them for, like, the hero, since he automatically gains them. And are you just doing fists and investing in their personal stats, too? Like, kindness, heroism, courage, I guess is what it is. And all of those, charisma? Or are you just doing fist skills? Because that would change the dynamic if you're not also putting things into their basic stat, their individual stat. Fist for damage, healing, and cost, everything is allowed? Okay. Yeah, if you're going down courage as well, Omni heal. Your hero's going to be a great healer for you. He'll probably end up being mainly your healer in this party, although he is decent with the fists. Your weakest character is going to be Jess. And you might be using her more for her fun crowd control abilities as opposed to fist damage. Do 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 do. The dancing devils have appeared, along with the Draki. No more Draki. Yeah, that was rude. Oh, is it gonna work? It does not. Yangus does not catch the dancing bug. You think Deska would be the oomph caster? Try to charm people to get free turns? Yeah. Well, that's what I meant by crowd control is the charm. Yep, give me the tool bag. And if you're using oomph, then that works. I tend not to use oomph as... I don't want to say it makes the game too easy. That's not what I mean when I say it. Oomph makes the game too predictable in how things are going to go. It gives you a sequence of turns as opposed to letting you think about your turns as you make them. And playing out the same sequence over and over again, I find less fun than thinking about what I'm going to do in the order I'm going to do it between all my characters. Now, of course, it doesn't have to make it too predictable, but I know that when I tend to use it, it does for me. And I will occasionally use it in a boss fight, something like that. Occasionally, but generally speaking, I don't really. I don't really know what role Angelo will play for you, though. Angelo's going to be a little bit more mixed. Angelo can do some really cool stuff, but he really is a sword or a bow guy. So doing other stuff with Angelo is just not as... it's just not as good. Technically, it's viable. I'm lost. Hold up. Let me get back on the road so I can find where I am. I'm not trying to go to the next area. I want to go back and do that. Give him his bag. And there's one other thing I want to do. Just give me 1 second to reorient myself. I need to go this way. And then over this way. Then again, I just don't remember what's in the charisma tree. That's part of the problem here. Is I just don't remember what's in the charisma tree. I remember a video I saw a decade ago in which Angelo alone at level 99 beat all dragons in the post game, and it had one fist skill that he was doing backflips and healing itself with the damage done. Yeah. Yeah. I believe it. I don't even find it slightly skeptical, in fact. I just can't remember what Angelo has. Does Angelo have a unique fist skill? He might. Reaching level 99, it's insane in this game, though. Yeah, level 99 is just level 99, and that's why it doesn't surprise me. I'm trying to think. There is, because I know Jess. Now we got the cheese. The cheese, please. And Angelo does have a unique fist skill called Miracle Moon. I completely forgot it existed. Could be an interesting build. Could be. But bows and swords are just too good. And swords are situational, and that's the thing with swords. Bows are always good. But swords have situational abilities that are just so much better than any of the other weapons in those situations that's what makes swords such a standout in this game. Are bows better on average than swords? Yes. However, one of your two characters who uses swords should use swords, in my opinion. And I think the spear slightly outshines the bow. Although, I will be putting some points into bow to get certain abilities, because some of them are just that good. And Angelo will hold on to the spare staves so he can use them as an item in combat. Because that's a thing. If you don't remember, or if you don't know, anyone who's not played this game, staves can be used from your inventory as an item instead of casting a spell or things like that to do different effects. I really need to get my hands on an alchemy pot. King Trodain is taking too long to make me an alchemy pot. Hurry up, King Trode. Do 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 do. But oomph, it's hard to fall in love with that spell after It's hard seeing how broken it can make Eric in Dragon Quest XI. Well, that's true. That's true. Eric is already the strongest character in Dragon Quest XI. Eric with daggers is the strongest character, bar none, no question, Dragon Quest XI, even regardless of oomph. Not even close. You're like, oh, but the hero. Nope, not the hero. And some people might say, oh, but what? Nope, it's Eric. Eric can single-handedly beat the post-game in Dragon Quest XI for the special edition, which is actually pretty hard if you're not min-maxing Eric. But if you've min-maxed Eric at all, it's dead easy. I want that chest. This could be a very bad idea. Hello, Bodkin Archers. Yeah, he breaks the game in two, and paired with Sylvando, it's GG easy game. Yeah, I didn't like Sylvando as much as I wanted to. He's a good character, and he's a lot of fun. But mechanically, he just wasn't as fun to play in combat as some of the others. And that's just a fun thing. It's not a... I like Sylvando. I just wish I liked Sylvando more in combat, because character-wise, he's probably the second best character in 2. Alright. But he has the easiest poison proc, and that is really great for Eric. It is. It is. Absolutely. I was not discounting him in the slightest. That's not what my intention was. I was just saying that mechanically, he's just not as fun to play around with as the others were. He was very interestingly designed. Heck, you know what my favorite ability that he had was? It was the Flame Tongue ability. That ability was at least really cool. And I really, really like the Flame Tongue ability, actually. It was awesome. I used it way more often than I should have, just because I liked it. Well, that was rude of you, Fencing Fox. And now you're dead. You're disappointed with Hendrik? He is really a worse hero. Yeah. He's just a worse hero. Also, unpopular opinion. Oh, this one will get me in hot water with people. I hated great swords for the hero. Great swords were the worst thing they could have done for the hero. For a weapon tree. It was so boring and bland versus everything else the hero could do, or using alternate weapons or a spear, or there's so many other options. Heck, you could have even given him a way to combine them in better ways with the swords tree and made it way more interesting. But great swords, they're powerful, but they're boring. Every ability of the great swords was a boring ability, and I didn't want to use it. Of course, this excludes the ones that it shares with swords that you can use both, but it's generally just... disappointing overall. Let me put it that way. Yeah, 100% great swords should only be a Hendrik thing. At least they would have had something unique to justify him in the part. Right? That was kind of exactly how I felt about it. But everyone else was like, oh, everyone loved the great swords, and I just, no. Give the hero something else. Heck, if the hero had had spears and swords, or if the hero was just like a sword and shield or a sword dual wielder, that would have been cool. He should have had like a dual wield versus a sword and shield tree and gone into the shield thing. That would have been cool. Or a better magic tree or something. Just not the great swords. I mean, the one-handed sword will always be the hero's weapon in Dragon Quest. It's the iconic, classic Dragon Quest hero weapon. And I'm okay with that. I don't dislike it. Is it my favorite thing? No, but that's okay. I like the one-handed sword aesthetic, I do. I'm not a big fan of dual wielding. Like sword and shield better. But it's not one that I would hold against them in the slightest. Alright, so Genghis can kill one by himself, so we'll have the hero attack. I mean, makes sense a regular sword is just jack of all trades weapons. Makes sense that the MC is pretty much every... yeah. And I'm fine with it. I do like the aesthetic. But you know what was a much more interesting weapon than a great sword? A freaking boomerang. Now, I'm not using boomerang this playthrough. I'm using spears. But I'm gonna be putting points into boomerang, because there are some interesting things in the boomerang tree for crowd control that'll just be huge quality of life improvements for me. And I like quality of life things. You could go fisticuffs instead of boomerangs and go for thin air. And you wouldn't have to switch your weapon to do stuff, but that's less fun. Alright. Spells, heal. Yangos. Yangos, attack. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why 11 is the second best Dragon Quest game and not the best. And Great Swords is part of that. The characters is part of that, because let's be honest, there's no Yangus. Dang. I can't cast. Yeah, my magic's been neutralized. Yangus, Jessica, Angelo, way more memorable characters than anybody in 11. And 11 did have two good characters, Sylvando and Eric. That was it. The hero, boring. Hendrik, boring. Jade, boring. Rat, boring. The sisters, boring. The choice of the companions, being able to choose between them, felt like it was given more weight than the companions themselves being interesting as individuals. Because you had so many to choose from, they took less time to make them each individually interesting. You think Eric is more memorable than Angelo, personally? I mean, that's fair. I disagree, but I can understand why. But I did say that Eric is the best character in 11, and I would rate Angelo as the weakest companion in 8. So, you know. But, I mean, it is fair to you that Eric is more memorable than Angelo. Angelo's whole storyline with the church and everything else has always been really memorable to me. But Angelo was also kind of just like a second hero. Kind of in the way Hendrik was. Yeah, Angelo, the flirtatious, the very charismatic guy who gets himself into trouble with the fights and is supposed to be a paladin of the church, Templar of the church. Very interesting character.
Halt! Who goes there?
You think Eric's story with her sister is more enjoyable than Angelo with the church in this game? I mean, that's fair. I do think it is interesting. I would put them about similar as far as interesting goes. But that's about where it stops, is I would say that they are similar.
What on earth are you? Where are your manners? That's no way to welcome travelers.
And look, that's a young hero right there and a young Yangus.
Ow! Ow! Didn't Miss Jessica ask you to run an errand for her? And here you are playing around. I forgot. You'd better run along before Jessica finds out. Yikes! I'm so sorry. They don't mean any harm. It's just that our village has been through a lot lately. There's nothing wrong with the place, mind. It's a lovely village, really. Make yourselves at home.
I will make myself an axe. That's what I want. Give me an axe. I believe I can buy one here. Yeah, we're just gonna use boomerang for now instead of a sword. There's a lot of reasons why. But until we get a spear, we're just gonna use boomerang now. We do need to save, though. That is very important. And I think DQ11 is the best in terms of content, but for story characters, I think DQ5 is the second best. I can kind of agree with that. I think Dragon Quest XI overall is the second best. 5 is really good, but I think 3 is my next favorite for a few reasons. But it's not the story or the characters, it's just an easy one to sit there and play while you're listening to a book or doing something else. So it's the reason I like it more is because I can do other things when I'm playing it, not necessarily the game itself. But 5 is really up there for me. So is 9. 7's really good too. 7 was unpopular compared to what it should have been, in my opinion. I feel like 7 is kind of neglected by the community for what it should have been. And I think that's a little bit of a shame. But 7 just had so much content. Like, 7 is a bigger game than 8, really. You might not feel that when you're playing them, but if you go to actually try to do everything, 7 is a bigger game than 8. Which is crazy. That's why I'm looking forward to the 7 remake, even though I don't think it's as good of a game as 8, not even close, really. Because it'll be a good thing to play while I wait for the 8 remake. Alone, it feels a little shallow. You know, that might be fair. I never actually played 9 alone. But, I mean, lots of games are like that. My favorite game ever is Outward. And to experience Outward, you need to play it in co-op. Outward is best experience as a co-op game. Oops, I didn't mean to end my journey. I wasn't paying attention. I'm ridiculous. Okay. Continue, yes. But yeah, you don't want 7 remake? This game still holds up. You mean 8? Ah, you said 8. Sorry, I'm looking at it sideways. You know what, remake? This game still holds up insanely well. I think I'd rather have 12. Hey, now listen. I want 12, but 12 is already coming. We are going to be getting 12. 12 has been in production forever. I do definitely want 12. 100%. The reason that I want a remake of 8... I see your hydrate, Wolfie. I will do so. Also, welcome back. And I'll sit up. Alright. Sorry. 12 is going to happen. I have no reservations about 12 happening, and I'm excited for 12 to happen. However, because I know 12 is already in the works, and I am worried about the fact that 2 of the original team members for Dragon Quest died in the production, I'm a little concerned about 12, if I'm being honest. And I am excited for it still, but I am concerned. But 8, a remake, could bring in all of the new content from the 3DS, because why don't we have it in the PS2 version? I know why, I do understand the reasons, but like, it would be really nice to have it in the PS2 version so that I could play it and not have to deal with the graphics of the DS and the absurdity of the fact that the soundtrack isn't on the DS. So the new content is one of the aspects of why I want it. Another one is I think that they could do what they did with the other remakes they've done and mechanically fix a lot of the problems that 8 does have, because 8 does have a few. And I think that the balancing between the characters in 8 is particularly a bit shameful and something they could fix. I also think that... Oh, come on. I also think that a rework of the world to make travel and everything less tedious would be wonderful. I'll be honest. It sucks when you'll get into a rut of every 3 steps you're in a battle. And it does happen. And I know why it happens, which is an interesting thing. But the fact that it can happen and does is awful. And it would just be nice to have it on modern consoles and on PC without an emulator. So for those reasons, that's kind of why. I get that. I'm afraid they want to do 12 what they do to Final Fantasy. I hope and wish they respect turn-based. Me too. The 12 better be a turn-based game. Dragon Quest 12 had better be turn-based, single-player, RPG, JRPG style, with Toriyama's art and good direction for the game in the story. If I wanted to play an action game, I'd play an action game. I don't want to play an action game. I want to play a turn-based RPG. And I do like action games. But if you're going to make an action game version of Dragon Quest, it needs to be a spin-off game. And Dragon Quest is no stranger to spin-offs. The cheeses of the world. Spicy cheese will have you spitting fire. Cold cheese is as fresh as a chill. And it goes without saying that they all taste simply wonderful. Cheese is tasty. Cheese is healthy. Cheese makes everything better. Cheese makes the world go round. Now I need cheese. I'm not even gonna swap off the game real quick to go grab some cheese, because it'll take me like 30 seconds to grab cheese. I'm gonna go get some cheese. I am back. And I have cheese and crackers. Cheese. The Dragon Quest Heroes, it's action like Dynasty Wars. It's fine like that because it wasn't called Dragon Quest XI. Yes, I agree. Heck, I forgot Dragon Quest Heroes existed because I wasn't really that interested in the game. I mean, it would be worth playing. I haven't played it yet, and it would be worth it, but I just wasn't that interested because when I want to play Dragon Quest, I want to play like Dragon Quest Monsters or like Dragon Quest 8 or 11 or games like that in the way they're set up and done. Okay. Exactly. People tell me, why do you criticize the new Final Fantasy games? You like, YS games? Well, because when I want to play an action JRPG, I play YS. When I want to play a turn-based, I play Final Fantasy. It's not rocket science. Yeah. I agree. Hopefully, excuse me. Hopefully Final Fantasy will be fixing that formula soon, because Square Enix came out and was talking about how they didn't realize that turn-based games were still so popular. I'm not kidding, by the way. That's not a joke. That's a thing that happened. And it's because of Expedition 33. Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate made them realize turn-based games are still just as popular as they've always been. And so hopefully, they go back to making turn-based Final Fantasies. I hope so, at least. Yeah, Expedition 33 shut a lot of mouths about hypocrites saying turn-based is an outdated mechanic while those people still buy Pokemon games. Well, I gotta tell you, Pokemon has always been an exception to the turn-based thing. And I don't have any problems with that. But that being said, Expedition 33 is a good way to do a turn-based game, but it's not exactly what I would want from a Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy. But if that was the Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy game, I wouldn't complain about it because it was an innovative new way to do turn-based, right? And it's not even that new, really.
I don't know who will find this letter, but please consider it my last will and testament. For by the time you read this, I will already be gone. I am going to the tower in the east. I will not... Mother, I'm sorry for the damage I've caused to our family's reputation.
Mario and Luigi?
But this is about something far bigger than tradition.
Like the actual Mario and Luigi games, not just the Mario Brothers or the Mario and Luigi games. Like Bowser's Inside Story, the one where they go to the past and have their past selves, which is really fun, by the way. Those games did a similar thing to Expedition 33.
I must follow my heart, no matter the consequences. Please forgive me. And to Bangers and Mash, I'm sorry for lying to you. I hope you'll forgive.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the press button to defend yourself, it's also the quick times during your turn. And it had been done before. Now, did they do it in a better way, in a more meaningful way? Yes. But the idea itself wasn't the innovation. Expedition 33 didn't take off because of that mechanic, although that did help. It took off because it was just an incredibly made story game. People like good stories.
I don't know who will find this letter, but please consider it my I am going. Mother.
I'm not going to read this again.
And mash.
What? She's been in her room the whole time. So how could she give you a letter?
I dunno. It sounds sort of real to me.
Okay, fine. But if I'm right, you better leave and never come back. Got it?
Got it.
Right. Just wait here. No running away now. Hey! She is gone!
One second, I got a message from
Give me that letter!
somebody.
This is definitely Jessica's handwriting. But if she really did go to the tower, she'll end up just like her. This is bad. This is
Cool.
really bad.
I'm going to be getting into the next Outward 2
Do
playtest
something.
on January 27th.
Gotta get her out there.
And we will be doing it with somebody else again. It may or may not be Padawan. I don't know. It depends.
This is partly your fault.
Reasons. But we will be doing co-op with that.
So, I'll open the door to the tower. You go in and get her. Got it?
Yep, I will go and get her.
Okay. We've got to hurry. To get to the tower, go left down the path outside the village. Oh, one more thing. I'll leave the monsters to you lot. Listen, Mash, whatever you do, don't let Jessica's mum find out where she went. Yes, sir, Banger. Good. Come on. We've got
And I gotta tell you,
hurry.
classic Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest games are good games to be inspired by. And especially Dragon Quest 8 because, you know, cheese. I am Munchie. Cheese! I promise cheese is not normally a personality trait, but this game and all the cheese and the stuff that it goes with your mouse character just make it so much fun to do it. You think Final Fantasy 9, Chrono Cross, Dragon Quest 8, the OG Persona 3 are the 4 best JRPGs of all time? Ooh, 9? You like 9? I wouldn't even put 9 in my top 3 Final Fantasy games. That's crazy. I mean, listen, genuinely, if you like it, I'm glad. But for me, I would not put 9 up there at all. 12 is my favorite. I like 5. I'm one of the few people that actually really likes 5. It is a vocal minority, I know. There's people who like it. We like it a lot. 5's a good game. But a lot of people hated 5. But 12, 10, 5 are probably my favorites. And then 7, and then maybe 9. My 9 might be next. It's a bit tough. Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, they're about as good as each other to me, so I'm not gonna mind if you put those. Doesn't hurt my feelings. You think 9, 6, and Tactics are the best Final Fantasy games. So personally, your favorite is Final Fantasy VIII. That's interesting. I think if we're talking about what objectively is the best Final Fantasy, that's tough. The 7 Remake is my answer, actually. I think objectively the 7 Remake is the best Final Fantasy. However, excluding 7's remake, because I wouldn't really include it because it's a remake, 1, and it doesn't exactly tell the same story as 7, but what they do and how they do it is really clever and wonderful. But excluding the 7 remake, it's a little bit tougher. It's close between 12 and the original 7, in my opinion. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what makes 12 such a good Final Fantasy game, why it's not appreciated as much in the West, how the Zodiac Age fixes that, and why I think it deserves its spot. So, what makes 12 the best Final Fantasy game in my opinion? To answer that, I first must answer, what makes 12 different than all the other Final Fantasies? 12 has something the other Final Fantasies lack in its freedom. 12 has the most freedom of any Final Fantasy game as far as your character builds and choices go. 12 has a collection of characters who are all very memorable, well, with the exception of like 1 or 2, who, while they may not be the best or the most memorable characters, are some of the most interesting characters on average. They're really fun to be around, they're really great to play around with, and they harken back to the era of early 2000s sci-fi in a lot of ways. I mean, you know how fun it is to play a red mage with a gun who is just a guy, but more than just a guy. It's kind of fascinating. And the other thing that 12 really does really well that the others don't is the new combat system that 12 had and the way it was set up was a step in the right direction for doing something new and innovative with the turn-based combat for Final Fantasy. They just didn't go far enough, and at the same time went too far in some other ways. But the innovation for it, the quality of it, the characters, and the way you can build were all incredible. The only problem 12 had, in my opinion, because it did have one big glaring problem, was the fact that 12 had to grind to heck to do any of the extra content at all. Even some of the main story content required grinding. And if you're not a grinder, I can understand not liking it so much. Now, what makes it so much more than...
See? This is an emergency. So... Okay. Open sesame!
Say 10. Well...
Pretty cool, eh?
It differentiates itself from games like 10 in choice, in freedom. I think 10 tells an overall better story than 12. Although 12 has an interesting story, I think 10 tells an overall better story. But 10 feels restrictive after playing 12. And that's true of a lot of the other Final Fantasy games, except for 5. It feels very restrictive. And the stuff that goes into it, amazing. The last one that I don't remember what else I was going to address. There's one more thing I was going to address. I don't remember. But the last kind of important point, I suppose, is that the hybridization in 12, not even just for Final Fantasy, but for its time, was an incredible achievement. And I do think that stuff like that matters when evaluating a game as a objective best. Now, subjectively, you don't really like the gameplay in 12, you said yourself the grind thing, but it's also the core mechanics. To me, it feels like an MMO that you just play offline. I mean, if you don't like the core mechanics, I can understand why you wouldn't like it. I 100% agree that the core mechanics were not for everybody. I really liked how 12 was set up and how it did its mechanics. And that's the difference. And it's okay that we have a different opinion on it. I think that's the right way to go, and this door's locked. But I want to double check that I am where I think I am in the tower, because it's been a long time since I've played this. Yes, okay. Hey now. I hate frog faces. And yeah, I do have a problem with how grindy 12 was. That was unnecessary. I don't have a problem with grindy games. You can make a grindy game, though, without being as grindy as 12 was. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. You, 12 is a chore to play it. And 5, it's a really great game. Its only flaw is it's between. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I really like 5. See, to me, 12 never felt like a chore to play. I actually genuinely enjoyed every moment of grinding in 12. And the Zodiac Age, same thing. I genuinely just enjoyed the grind because of how much I liked the game itself. And that's saying something about a game like that. Presenting the most underrated weapon anyone ever saw. Boomerangs are such a good weapon type. I've never done a full boomerang playthrough, and I should. You think between Final Fantasy 4 and 10 are the best era any studio's ever had in the story of gaming, and that's not any other masterpiece like Chrono Cross or Vagrant Story. Another hot take. It's a good one, but I'm afraid I can't quite agree. Oh, it's close. But BioWare had a genuinely incredible run in their early years. Oh my goodness. Man, BioWare used to be them, you know? And I think BioWare probably had the greatest run of storytelling in gaming. And then they died, but you know, it happens to the best of us. But as somebody that doesn't like Dragon Age, to me their great era is just Mass Effect 1 and 2. Okay. From somebody who does like Dragon Age, but also likes the BioWare games that came before that, and, you know, the Lucasfilm games and the things like that they did aside from just Mass Effect and Dragon Age, they had a genuinely incredible run. Like, it was not just Dragon Age and Mass Effect. They had so many other games and other projects they did that were just as good, if not better, than the Dragon Age and Mass Effect games. Oh, what? Well, better than the Mass Effect games besides 1. Let me put it that way. 1 was their best game for story. Mass Effect 1. You're not too familiar with their other projects? Really? I can think of at least one project that you've got to be familiar with, at least on a surface level. You ever played Knights of the Old Republic? And even if you didn't play it, you should know about it, right? Like, KOTOR is... No, I know the name, but you don't play or watch Star Wars? Wow, that's... Even if you're not a Star Wars fan, I would recommend Knights of the Old Republic to any RPG fan. Not a sci-fi fan in general, but you like Mass Effect? Interesting. I mean, to each their own. Alright, doors unlocked. But yeah, from KOTOR to Dragon Age to Mass Effect, BioWare had an incredible run. And it is such a shame to see a studio I love so dearly fall so far. It really does hurt my heart a little bit because they were incredible. And no one's done it like them since. Oh, my bad. I know where I'm supposed to be going. And listen, I won't judge you for your tastes. That's your business. But if you're a Naughty Dog fan, love Crash, yep. Jack Daxter is great. And Uncharted was pretty good. Uncharted was never among my favorites, though. Uncharted just felt like a knockoff Tomb Raider to me. But yeah, BioWare will always be one of the titans that started the RPG industry in the West. Even if they can't hold on to that title now with what they've been doing. Oh. Nathan Sharp writing had the charisma to carry the franchise on his back. Yeah. I mean, they weren't bad games. I didn't mean it as like they were bad games. They were just not great, not perfect. Nice, my X-Men is getting more powerful. I hate this. The difference between best and my favorite comes down to the genre we were talking about. And JRPG, like this case, to me, the best, it would be the ones with the best story and characters. Your favorite is more of a mix. Yeah, that's fair. For me, when I include best, I include effect on the industry, innovation, things like that. Wow, we're losing. Don't kill Yangus! Don't kill Yangus! No! Dang it. So the dangers of boomerang in this tower, the frog, yeah? I mean, come on. How often do you come across that many frogs in one fight, though? Come on. That is not the usual case. It is a higher chance, that's true. But I was just definitely not expecting it. But hey, I didn't pass out. Oops. Yes. Resurrection! Yeah. You can't be of help yet. I gotta go take a nap at the inn. Because I died. Well, I didn't die, but Yangus did. And we got ourselves beat up, so I gotta go take a nap. But before that... Oh, that's right. It is too late. I gotta go take a nap first. Unit timing, it's an important aspect when you judge a movie or game. Because sometimes the game doesn't hit right because you're too stressed out from work, something like that. Yeah, that's true. King Tro, give me my alchemy pot already. Aren't you done? No, I am actually aware of how long it takes him to make the alchemy pot, and I know. I just wish I had it already. Nope, I don't normally buy all those here. But that's fine. If you're willing to get the rare drop after getting Angelo, you can make ridiculous equipment that can carry you till you have the ship. The alchemy pot in this game is 10 times more broken than Dragon Quest XI. Okay. I think the alchemy pot being broken is a good thing, though. Hear me out. What makes me like the alchemy pot so much? Why do I like the alchemy pot better than the crafting in Dragon Quest XI? Because I'm not going to use a guide. I refuse to look up the recipes for the alchemy pot. Now, that being said, at a time when you couldn't just look all this stuff up, it wasn't easy to do, making something where you could guess combinations and come up with something incredible is awesome. And it feels so good. Now, what am I going to be making? Don't know yet. There's lots of things I can make. There's lots of things I do remember the recipe for. Lots of things I kind of, sort of remember some of the recipe for. Like, some recipes are regressions, which is kind of hilarious to me. 100% with you. Back then, you went blind, but you got rewarded. Exactly, and I think they should do that system again, to be honest. I would love if they made a new alchemy pot. And I promise you, if they remake Dragon Quest VIII, I will make a mod that makes every item in the game able to be made in the alchemy pot. I'll have to figure out equivalent exchange and do it, but every item in the game will have an alchemy pot recipe. I almost did it for this, but there are some issues with that. But yeah, as somebody who likes to make mods for games, I make lots of mods for lots of games. This is one of my favorite games, and the alchemy pot is one of my favorite parts of it. I would make every weapon makeable, with the exception of any unique items, like Angelo's sword is unique. Things like that that are unique, I wouldn't. But if it's not unique item, absolutely, all of them, all the rest of them. Oh yeah, I did a mod for Subnautica that changes the music of the Sea Moth, the James Cameron song. It's kind of funny. Listen, I do mods. It's something that I love to do. And from Skyrim to Baldur's Gate to, what did I just mod? Oh, Hytale. I just modded Hytale, Minecraft, Spellforce Conquest of EO. I made 3 of the, like, at the time, 30 mods that have been released by people. Because I love that game, and there were some... My mods exist to change the balancing of the game, to make the game more satisfying to play, not necessarily to make it more balanced. Because there's a level of satisfaction when you're playing a game like that that you would like to reach. And it reached it on the first playthrough for me. And subsequent playthroughs, it started reaching it less and less for a few reasons. But one of those was just the way it was put together. some skills were so far outbalanced versus other skills that you would feel bad if you didn't get certain level ups and you got certain other ones. And I didn't enjoy that. Well, more than a mod, that'd be more of a hack room, but still. A friend of mine made Persona 3 FES mod that allows you to control every character in the party, not just the MC. Well, that'd be nice. Stuff like that. Alright, now we gotta heal outside of combat. I'm on the wrong side. I want to be on the other side first. That's right. And I forgot to heal because I was texting my mother. The one recipe you'll never forget is putting 2 of the scythes you buy the next time to get an early iron. Yes, I remember that. And I remember the banded axe recipe too. Because banded axe is a pretty great one. I'm gonna make sure I heal first. Alright. That's fine. Sorry, I don't mean to, like, interrupt what we're doing. I just have to answer my mother, you know? It's my mom. I also remember the thief key recipe with the iron nail and the dagger. There's a couple other ones that I will almost always have memorized. The Holy Lance is one. I remember when I figured that one out. Well, ain't this something? Dun dun dun. Alright. This is the alternate solution to dying to this many frogs, although there was one more last time. Sorry, that was hilarious. Yeah, no, I could have just used the door in the middle. But I couldn't remember if this was the one that had a chest on this side or not. It is not. If you only make the bandit axe, if you had spare nail to make another key, because at that point I would not be creating one alchemy item that's not relevant anymore for equipment upgrade, and I would not give thief key so soon. Alright. Yes. But I almost always have the ability to make an extra thief key before I do that. I almost always have an extra nail, so I'm not worried about it. Goodbye. Usually underleveling games like this, according to people making guides. Me too. I'm not currently underleveled, though, I don't think. I think I'm actually the exact appropriate level for this, but that's because I died. I got defeated. Had I not gotten defeated and had to make my way back up, I probably wouldn't be underleveled. Oh, who knows? I think 10's the right level for this, though. You remember one dude told you in an old forum telling me that to kill Dolmegus, I should be around level 50? And I was like, dude, I'm not level 50 even at final boss. I might be 50 at the final boss, but I fought Dolmegus at, like... Not that. I'll tell you that. I probably won't be that low of a level when I get to it. Oh, walking around is the right way to go. My bad. I forgot. I probably won't be that low when I get there. Because... Come on. I just had a thought that completely distracted me. I probably won't be that low when I get there. Probably a little bit higher, because I like to explore a lot. And you just level up naturally via exploration in this game. But what I was thinking about was, did you ever play the Dragon Quest slime game? Where you're playing as a slime, and you get to, like, control a mecha. And you can, like, shoot a bunch of objects at, like, other people's mechas. This is a real thing. This is not a thing I'm making up. I promise you it's not. Anyway, that's the thing. And that's what I'm currently thinking about. That was a good game. I think it was a DS game, if I remember correctly. If I wasn't streaming, I'd look it up. You tell me a game about mechas with this art style that made me think of Sandland, but that game is too recent and it's not Dragon Quest. No, 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 not that. I can find this real quick. If I can't find it in a couple seconds, I will stop, but... Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. That's the name of the game. And when I tell you mechas, and you're like throwing shit, let me pull my OBS over. So look at this, right? You were in one of these mechs, okay? And you're shooting stuff at this other mech by moving stuff around and picking it up and throwing it into your turrets. And this is little helpers and stuff too. This is a real game. It's a lot of fun. And that was not the only way of fighting. It's not even the only, like, thing about the game. But there's you, like, moving around doing this stuff. You could even jump in the cannon and shoot yourself over into their cannon, into their mech if you created a hole, and like fight them inside of their mech and destroy it from the inside. Anyway, yeah, this was a really fun Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. Anyway. Cancel. I was not trying to X out this, I was trying to X out the other. Oops. That was almost bad. Alright. Just, you know, showing you that I was not crazy, that was the thing. Knowledge about the Nintendo DS catalog is very limited. You're a PSP Monster Hunter Unite guy. Hey, I was also a PSP Monster Unite guy because I had both. Both were great systems. But hey, I mean, if you want to emulate a game, Rocket Slime is definitely worth emulating, I will say. Oh no, I don't want to attack you. I want to psych up again. It was a good game. Genuinely, I don't mean that like, oh, it was a good game as a kid. It was a very well-designed game, and I'm glad that I played it. Heck, I might add that to my emulation list. He learns Hatchet Man, which is a fun skill. Gambling!
You! I knew you'd be back for the jewels. You killed my brother.
Hey, Pokemon Heart Gold is great. Did you have the little Pokewalker that you took around with you everywhere? I remember taking my Pokewalker everywhere.
Worst. I guess thieves need to be quick on their toes. But you won't get away from me this time. Prepare to die!
Wait! Jessica, it's me. Don't you recognize...
Alistair?
Stay your spell, Jessica. I wasn't slain at their hands.
Stay my spell. But it's too late.
Alistair? Alistair?
It's me, Jess. You have to listen to me, as do you travelers. After I died, a part of my soul was allowed to linger in this statue. Even now as I speak to you, the power keeping me here begins to evaporate. Time is short. Look into the statue's eyes. The truth lies within. Hurry! The day I died, the door to the tower was already open.
I thought it was strange, so I decided to look around and see for myself. That's when I saw him.
Aerith, Renoa, Jessica are along with Alice from Shadowhearts. The 4 weapons to be trapped. That's funny.
Who are you?
Such a pity.
Pity? What are you talking about? Who are you? Answer me.
Me? I am Dulmagus, and I was referring to the fragility of human life.
Fragility? What do you mean? My sword. I can't draw my sword.
I said such a pity. A terrible pity that a shining young star like you should chance to encounter me.
What have you done to... Dulmagus? I won't forget this.
What? You won't forget my name? You're too kind. I shall return the favor and remember yours as well. Now, let us finish this before I feel any more pity.
Dulmagus.
It has been an honor making your acquaintance. You may rest assured, your death will not be in vain.
You freak! Dulmagus is a freak.
And now you have seen what the statue saw, my traveling friends. I don't understand it myself, but it seems the statue of Alexandra has been awaiting your arrival. If the memory of my tale can serve you on your quest, it would bring great relief to my soul. My stay here is coming to an end. It's time for us to part.
No! Alistair! Don't leave me!
He needs to, Jess. Let him go.
One final thing, Jess. Mother may try to stand in your way. Nevertheless, follow your heart and do as you must. Farewell, my little sister.
Excuse me. Apologies for that.
What a tragic affair. There can be no question. This is Dulmagus' treachery.
Cool, blimey!
I love the, transition for Yangus when this happens. This happens multiple times in the game, where he just gets startled and turns into a PNG. Like, completely flat image. He has no depth anymore. They removed the shadows and everything else to make him just a flat PNG image.
It would appear that Alistair also wishes us to bring Dolmagus to justice. His sacrifice shall not be in vain. Now, we have yet another reason to stop Dolmagus's foul writ. I shall await you by the carriage. Cheerio!
PNG Yangus. PNG Jesus.
I really must apologize for my behavior. We'll talk more later. But I need to be alone right now. I'll see you back at the village.
Yeah, it's a classic. Sadly, Yangus is a bad character in Dragon Quest Heroes. Like I said, I've never really played the regular Dragon Quest Heroes. I mean, I played Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. But, yeah. Oops, I don't want to go to Faybury. My bad. I gotta tell you, it is really nice how fast this is on modern hardware. I remember how long zoom used to take in this game. You get up and grab a glass of water and the time it takes to zoom sometimes. Dun 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 dun. You got platinum in the first Heroes. That game, every character, it's balanced. And then it's Terry. Terry, it's more broken in that game than Eric and DQ. Interesting. Sleepy time. Hey, give me my alchemy pot. Actually, just go ahead and give me the upgraded alchemy pot right away because I have 2 cypress sticks and I have the ability to buy an iron spear once you get to the next town. So I can make a long spear like right away, and that would be nice. I think it's 2 cypress sticks and not 1 cypress stick. Worst part, you get Terry after 40 minutes of gameplay. It's not like Pharaoh, so you need to unlock it late game in an optional quest. Nope, these are just there after the prologue. I see. I should look more into the Dragon Quest Heroes games. It could be fun. I've just never really thought about it. Oh look, it's the Puff Puff girl. So one of Jessica's abilities, for those of you who haven't played this game, her skill tree is Charm.
This is a family matter.
And you are an idiot.
Ask you, are you entirely bereft of compassion? Will you not mourn your own brother's death?
Not this again! Of course I'm sad. I can't believe I even have to say it. But all you can think of is tradition and family obligations. I'm talking about avenging his murder.
Avenging? You will stop this foolishness this instant. You are a young lady, not a warrior. Do you really think Alistair would have wanted this? You will mourn your brother's death like a proper lady. It's our family's way.
I don't think she cares what her family's way is.
Who cares about our family's way? I don't expect you to believe me, but Alistair spoke to me. He told me to follow my heart.
He did. I was there.
That's why
I heard
my
it.
mind is made up. I don't care about the consequences. I'm going to make Alistair's murderer pay.
Good for you, Jessica. You go.
Very well. It's obvious there's no talking to you. Do as you wish.
Alright, let me fix the camera.
But, as far as I'm concerned, I no longer have a daughter. I want you out of this house at once!
Fine! I was planning on leaving until you came to your senses anyway!
Yeah, I don't understand her, Mother. I like more this voice actress for Jessica than the other one she has in the Heroes games.
I'm getting my things.
Oh yeah, I think Jessica was very well voice acted in this. I have no idea how she sounds in the Heroes games.
I'm sorry for not telling you the truth before. Forgive me.
Are you really leaving, Jessica?
Yep.
Yeah, I am. And I want you two to watch over the village while I'm gone. Alistair told me this would happen. He said you two would protect the town and grow up to be famous warriors. Come on, chin up.
I mean, the kid's already got as good of equipment as the hero.
Yes, sir!
The voice actress not bad by any means, but this one is just the perfect casting. It really is a great casting. He does a great job of actually displaying like the emotions you would expect.
Well, I'm leaving. Thanks for being such a great mum. Have a nice life.
There's Jessica's outfit. Sadly, she only made 4 roles in her career, this one being the most important one. That is unfortunate. It happens more often than you'd think, though. I can think of a few voice actors who are really good and only ever got 1 gig. Or only ever wanted to do one. Probably could have gotten more for some of them, and they just decided not to. Now, speaking of Jessica, we're not going to get her until the next town, but her abilities and her attributes remind me of a song. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land said, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right. We have a cow to go defeat. I've come to milk you! Alright, Buffalo Bill, let's fight. Psych up. Defend. Psych up. Defend. Yangus, why do you move so late? Back up. Heal. Yankus, heal. You're from Spain, you watched the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles show from 2003, and the one guy in the dub here made the voice of Raphael, Shredder's right hand, and some scenes. All three of them were talking in the same room, and they didn't sound nothing alike. He never did any other voice work. Insane talent. That's pretty cool. Alright, back to the psych up. Jeez Louise, this guy wants Caitlyn dead. Oh, by the way, I'm doing the thing I was doing before where I was trying to get my one character psyched up over and over again. That is, in fact, what's going on here again. So I can psych him up until he can use the ability. Heal! Oh, I shouldn't have attacked with Yangus. Ooh, I'm glad it didn't kill him. Once I can do the 100 and it's unlocked for everybody, I'm not worried about it anymore. Oh dang, I didn't expect him to go first. Now, Yangus being asleep here could spell disaster for what I was trying to do. Oh no, oh, we're in trouble.
I love the special attacks that they added. They were awesome. Like them enough, but more for utility. Like the one that combines the hero and Eric's attack to steal the rare drops. Yes. And I kind of agree with the reason. The utility was awesome. It wasn't the full reason I liked them, but it was definitely part of it. I thought the whole idea behind it was cool, and I think that more combination attacks would be an incredible thing for the next Dragon Quest game. But I would like to see them do it a little bit different, because I like the Psych Up and Tension system, and I would love to see something like that done again as well. Alright, and if it doesn't reach a state of high tension this time, we're just going to stop with the nonsense we're doing. Alright, it did not reach it this time, so we're just going to attack again. Alright, goodbye, Buffalo Bill. See, I've never been much of an achievement hunter myself. Achievements, I'll hunt them if I'm like really close already to getting them in a game. But I don't have all the achievements in most of my games. It's never really been worth it to me. It is unfortunate we weren't able to do what I wanted to do there, and get the full psych thing. Let's go to this guy. And yeah, I did just fill up Yangus's inventory with medicinal herbs again. It's cheap, they're healing, and it allows me to try stuff like what I was just doing. You do it for the sake of completion, and see, too many games I play have stupid achievements that I just don't feel any. It won't increase my level of completion, my personal level of like accomplishment, so I don't do it. Like, I got 100% achievements in Dark Souls, but I didn't do it for Dark Souls 2 or 3. They just, some of the achievements there were just stupid, and I didn't want to do them. Or it's an achievement that, like, Baldur's Gate, for example. Some of the achievements in Baldur's Gate I'm never going to get because they require you to make decisions that I just don't want to make when I'm playing the game. Nice, they dodged all the foul breath. That's good of them. I'm excited to be, excuse me, the boomerang is good, alright? I'm not going to discount how good the boomerang is. It's very good, but I am excited to get a spear. The boomerang is the best early game weapon. Not even close. But going to finally get into the way I'm trying to play the hero this time is exciting for me. Yeah, there's some of those too. I don't bother with some, like Neo Chewy, but for the ones like Derek Miss 11 were really not that bad. The hardest one is getting all the equipment that changes the costume to all the characters, but it's not hard. I believe you, but I never looked into it. Never even considered it. Like I said, if I had seen that I already had like 90% of the achievements or something like that, I might have done it. But I don't. I have like 65 or 70%, and I could probably go and look and grab the rest. But it is what it is. Doesn't really matter to me. Dun, da, 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 da. I don't remember if there's anything up here, but it's the kind of place they would hide something. Hammerhoods! Oh yeah, so how do you feel about the Monster Arena, by the way? I don't think we actually talked about it. I did with some other people earlier today. But how do you feel about the Monster Arena? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Do you wish that 11, like I wish that 11 had a Monster Arena? One to play games that he will not get platinum? That's stupid. Having two profiles or something like that's dumb. That's an ego thing at that point. It is. I'm gonna call it for what it is. That's an ego thing. And if your ego won't allow you to not platinum a game, you got other issues, man. And they're dead. Hey, you wanna get achievements in a game you like? You should make an account on Retro Achievements and then emulate this game, because there are achievements for this game created by the community. There's like 239 of them, and you should go through and try to get all the achievements in this game. Monster Arena is fine. I think the last battle was a little bit too much luck-based for my liking, even with the best team. But it's really good. With that said, I almost never summon them in battle. I don't summon them in battle, really. That's not why I like them. I enjoy the Monster Arena. I enjoy collecting the monsters and going and making them battle in the arena for me. Yep, I said it. I enjoy being a slave driver to the monsters. They deserve it. They're monsters. Oh, no. Stupid sea urchin. That's okay. One of my favorite monster combinations for the monster arena is the 3 golems. They turn into Voltron. Hey, good. People that make the achievements in RA are insane. I saw the ones from Legend of Legalia, and some of them are, yeah, no, I'm not gonna grind to level 99, mate. But it would be fun. And a hop, skip, and a dead. Oh wow, the rabbits had more health than I thought. Goodbye, Spiked Hair. Wait, I never had spiked hair. I'm not Naruto. You beat the secret boss in that game at level 44. Grinding to 99 in that game sounds like torture. I feel that way about a lot of JRPGs. Oh, I should have grabbed the heal slime while I was down there. I meant to. Let me go grab him now. Hey. No one asked for a Man of War. Look at these guys beating up your heroes. You should show them what for. And you're dead. Alrighty there, Doc. See, the family doctor and the, I don't remember what he's called. It slipped my mind. The Green Dragon with the axe and Buffalo Bill are usually my first team when I do the Monster Arena. They're usually who I put together first. Because I know where they are and they're easy to get. And the family doctor is unironically a really good character for the arena for a long time for a copper monster. Here comes the easy OP monster you can get. You get 2 of them at the start. So you're level B, that unlocks the spawn of the black golem. The living statue with them. Yeah, the golems is just fun. It's kind of hilarious. I will explore the beach when I'm doing some stuff in a minute. I want to get to town and get a spear. Am I rushing a little bit to go get a spear? Yeah, I am. But I want one. You just don't start in the arena, just high defense. You start I see. Now, I do have strategy usually. When I put together my teams, I try to think of how I should put them together to make them effective.
Question: do you like for Dragon Soul sub to have each character unique like this, or a job system? I would prefer every character be unique. I would prefer to have 4 characters or 5 or 6, because you could do a 6 character game and have them always on your team all the time and be fully unique, fully done up, fully everything. However, I could do a job system one but eh. If you have the unique characters, be good job system means more grind usually. It can, but that's not even really the reason. I'm not anti-grind. I mean, we talked about that earlier. I'm not anti-grind. It's just I like when characters feel and play in unique ways. Like, the hero will always be a magic swordsman. Let's be honest. It's Dragon Quest. That's the whole shtick of the hero. He's good at everything, but not amazing at any of it. He's a good healer. He's a good magic damage dealer. He's a good swordsman. A really, truly unique hero would be something. That would be great. But, since I know that we aren't getting that, I will take just all unique characters. Like, Jessica's a better caster. Angelo's a better healer. Yangus is the better melee damage dealer. But the hero can do all of their jobs just fine. Goodbye, Joe Cats. You are as cool as Candy Cats. Although, I'll be darned if I wouldn't like a more unique hero. I really would. I think 8 has a pretty good unique hero because of boomerangs and spears. And the boomerangs and spears give him niches that the other characters can't even get close to, and I think that's really important. I mean, he's still fun to play with swords, and I sometimes do. But the fact that you can just go spears and boomerangs, or just boomerangs, or just is so fun. Hey, you can't be casting crack at me. I do not want your drugs. Say no to drugs, kids. I think I need 28 in axes for what I want to do before I start doing anything else. But I could be off by a little bit. Alright, give me my spear. No, it's not that late in the day. Come on. And then you have Dragon Quest XI, which thief evasion with evasion and at the highest stat does more damage, and then the monk and the huge guy with the great. Yes. 11 was just highly imbalanced. It's still a great game, but Eric just eclipses everybody. Not even funny. Oh, this is the ship in the noons. One night, weak and weary, as I trod through wasteland dreary, chanced upon the ruins of an ancient ship. Why it was abandoned so far from the sea, I was never able to determine a satisfactory answer, and in fact ponder the question to this very day. Could ancient ships sail on land as well as sea? My wonder at this fateful and mysterious discovery may never cease. And there's no interesting books there. Give. Now I should get some sights soon, but not right now. I got it! I got the spear! I believe 28 is what I need. Went to the next level. I think I need one more in Yangus. There's one of those Disney games. I mean, yeah, but there doesn't have to be. Oof. Which adventure log do you wish me to save to? Yeah, that worked. Excuse me. We are going to raid out. Toby is a friend of the channel. We will go ahead and join him. We will be ending here today for now. We will be coming back later this evening after dinner. I got a break for dinner. Food is important.